form. There is a sweetness, but there is no form. And in him, I could feel that it was like a perfectly formed lotus. And in that lotus, there was a dewdrop. And that dewdrop was reflecting the moon. And he was that dewdrop. And that is my experience of J. Krishnamurti. So thank you everyone for listening. And
thank you so much, Mansi. Yeah, I can see ma'am has finally managed, I think. I can see her. There was some network issue with Jyoti ma'am. Are we audible to you? There seems to be some problem, Mansi.
could you call her, Prachiti? Maybe she can log in from the phone.
I called her up. I told her to log in by
From the phone?
Yeah. Again, I'll make a call. Maybe there is some issue.
Okay. But I want to welcome everyone who has come through her. I know I see many new faces.
So while Jyoti is kind of
yeah, she's trying again. I can see her trying to join in.
Let me just share a few things. So what J. Krishnamurti belongs to is what we call Sankhya Yoga. Now, what is Sankhya Yoga? There are, many of us here might have heard about Muzi, right? So that is Sankhya Yoga. He is also practicing the same thing. And if you see the Upanishads, they are also a form of a Sankhya Yoga. So, what is the meaning of Sankhya Yoga? Sankhya Yoga is very much a path of crown chakra, where a master will explain what the reality is, and you just know what it is. That's it. You just get it. So that is why J. Krishnamurti always said no guru is needed. Even if you go to any of the Muji talks, some of you might have gone there, you would realize that he is talking the same thing. He's just saying it is here right now, right here. And nothing is needed, no process is needed. And that's what J. Krishnamurti also said. However, the issue with this understanding is
can I request everyone to please go on mute?
now the
okay, thank you.
Yes, welcome, Jyoti.
I'm really sorry. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, so there is a lot of echo.
There is an echo.
Yeah,
Jyoti, if you have logged in from another device, please mute that.
No, मैं दो जगह दिख रही हूँ क्या?
No. So just also.
Okay. Now it's okay. I think it was the mobile I tried.
Yeah. Okay.
Is it okay now?
So, yes, Jyoti. So I was just let me just complete what I was saying. I was just filling in for you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. So let me just complete that. I was sharing that J. Krishnamurti, as well as Muji, as well as Upanishads, they all are part of what is called Sankhya Yoga. Sankhya Yoga is a guru or someone tells you this is what the reality is, this is what the God is. You just get it. And no analysis is needed, no meditation is needed, no process is needed. However, the issue with this Sankhya Yoga is that in such times when we all have so much accumulated subconscious, we cannot see any reality actually. Even the simplest of the reality we cannot see. So how we would see the reality of what is God? So it just becomes a belief system, not our own experience. Yeah, please continue, Jyoti.
First, I'm extremely sorry. It was this internet problem. I don't know what I was trying from two devices and kisi tarah se connect ho gaya, thankfully. And yes, thank you all, Shivo ji and the whole Quanto family. And ye sab Prachiti ka kiya hua hai. I know this. And I can see so many students. Isne ye bachcho ko bhi bula liya. And
Jyoti
a
ma'am,
big hug to all the students that I can see here. मुझे दिख रहा है, Sachin दिख रहा है, Vivek, Shilpa, oh God. So, and Shilpi, yes. और भी कोई हो तो पता नहीं, अभी नजर नहीं जा रही. But I'm so thankful to you.
there are
And
many, Jyoti ma'am. A very good evening, in fact, formal good evening. And I think the whole technical problem happened because probably there were some more students who wanted to join and they
okay.
wanted to buy on extra time. I take it like that. So over to you. Now the floor is yours.
So it is everything is for good always. ऐसा कहते हैं. Right? तो हमेशा जो भी होता है अच्छे के लिए होता है, तो ये भी अच्छे के लिए हुआ. That now everybody here is जो मिस कर रहे होंगे वो शायद शुरू से देख पाएंगे. Anyway, since this is the month when Jiddu Krishnamurti was born, so this is what I was told by Prachiti, that we are supposed to talk on Krishnamurti, his life, his awakening. And since I have been teaching, so his views on education and how we can use his philosophy in the present scenario. I think this is what is expected of me. Am I audible? Is it okay? Is it okay? Am I audible?
Yes, very well,
Perfectly
very well.
audible.
Okay. So we all know that Jiddu Krishnamurti, as a philosopher and as a spiritual leader, as a speaker, as a writer, this boy, let me start right from his childhood, This boy, Krishnamurti, he was born in South India. And since I'm going to talk about his life first, so you should know that how he came out to be an awakened, enlightened, wise man later on. In fact, he was awakened already. And the platform where I'm speaking, I'm supposed to talk about Krishnamurti. We have all the philosophers already knowing so much. Anyway, a little bit from me. So Krishnamurti was born in a very small town, Madanapalli, which was in the Madras presidency. And today this is in the state of Andhra Pradesh. His family name was Jiddu, and that is why we know that we call him Jiddu Krishnamurti. How he came to be Krishnamurti, that was also I'm going to tell you. Excuse me. So his parents, his family, the environment where he was living in, they were not very different from any of the South Indian Brahmin families. And he was a child born in very modern circumstances of the time. His father's name was Jiddu Narayana. He was a government official in the revenue department, a tehsildar, a Brahmin by caste, and deeply religious by nature. But it was the mother, Sanjeevamma, the mother of Krishnamurti, Sanjeevamma, who felt when she was carrying Krishnamurti in her womb, and he was the 8th child, that there was something that was different and that set him apart from the rest of the world, the rest of the children. This lady was a very gentle, loving, and a religious woman, and there was something very ethereal about her. And Sanjeevamma remembered that Sri Krishna, whom she and her family worshipped as the incarnation of Vishnu, the preserver, had been the 8th child of his parents. Krishnamurti was born a little after midnight, and he was named Krishnamurti, Krishna's idol. The astrologer who prepared his horoscope, he predicted a life of greatness. And Narayana, the father, he did not take much of this prediction. It was okay for him. 3 years later, another boy was born, and his name was Nityanand. Nitya was supposed to be the liveliest, the sharpest in contrast. Well, let me tell you, there were 11 children in all. 6 of them survived. He was the 8th, Nityanand was the 9th, and 2 more were born. But finally, there were just 6 more left. So Nitya was the liveliest, the sharpest, in contrast to Krishna, who was, a very dreamy kind of a boy, and he was suffering from malaria, bouts of malaria, in fact, a very weak, anemic child, and the parents feared whether he would be able to live his life. So as this child grew, he showed, in fact, no signs of mental growth. And his father wondered what the astrologer had prediction, whether it is ever going to come true. Because the boy used to just gaze out in the void, speak very little. And his father, thought that he was mentally deficient. In fact, he didn't, understand the practicalities of life. This is what the father thought. And he was not like the other children. Like, children are running after this belongs to me. He never did that. And unlike children, he would just sit in a corner and keep gazing at things around, but never played with them. Now the boys grew up and they were supposed to go to school. The thread ceremony was performed, and we all know it is called the Upnayanam ceremony. And now the boys are supposed to be living the life of a brahmachari, a disciplined mind, disciplined body, his senses. And the father, Narayana, thought perhaps now Krishna would be better. But there also Krishna failed. He showed no signs of brilliance at all. He would just sit with his mouth open in the class, eyes looking far away, and a bit unable to answer any questions asked by the teacher. And most of the times he was standing out of the class as a punishment. And he would very obediently go and stand out there. In fact, the teacher would sometimes forget to call him back inside. And then the boy, his brother, Nitya, he would take him the last bell. And there was, right from this childhood, this great bond between the 2 brothers made Krishna say one day, when I'm calling him Krishna, Krishnamurti, made Krishna one day say that they were one. And he was his other self. That was, that strong was the bond between the 2 brothers. And on holidays, like children do, so these boys would go out for picnics. And Krishna loved these outings because this was a kind of freedom from the confinements of the classroom. And he enjoyed his brothers and the friends' companionship. They also in return loved him. But they knew that he was so, a weak boy, prone to the attacks of malaria, and he normally had high fever. So they would just ask him to sit down and not play. So this boy would just obediently sit down, keep looking at the insects on the grass, looking at the birds on the trees, feed them, just sit near the pond and look at the slithering snakes. His friends also sensed that there was something very different about this boy. And, he would just silently keep looking at what all they were doing, a silent spectator to all their activities. But he was always ready to help them. He would carry their things. So this was something which was different from the rest of the boys. Right from his childhood, we can see that he was not like the other kids of his age. Later on in his memoirs, he has talked about so many things. He's talked about his psychic experiences and how at the age of 18, he also saw his dead sister and his late mother. Well, we'll talk about that. Then it was in 1909, an Englishman saw a group of boys playing on the beach, the Adyar beach in Madras. And this man very attentively watched them play. It was not that he had never seen Indian boys playing ever before. But this time there was something different. He heard a kind of a voice. and his eyes fell on the group of the children playing there. And this boy, when he noticed Krishna, something told him from inside that this is the boy he was looking for. This is the child that he was looking for. And this Englishman was none other than Charles Webster Leadbeater, a very high-ranking member of the World Theosophical Society, a clairvoyant, a psychic. We all know this Theosophical Society is an organization, devoted to universal brotherhood. They study comparative religions. They study the world beyond. So Charles himself had dived deep into the mysteries of the occult, into the realms beyond the gross sensory world. And with his psychic vision, he could also see the past lives of people.
Jyoti, can you unmute yourself, please?
Is it okay now?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So, yes, Charles, was, as I told you, was a psychic, a clairvoyant. He had dived deep into the mysteries of the occult world and the realms beyond this gross material world. And with his psychic vision, he could see that there was something in this boy. He could even visualize the past lives of people. So most of the theosophists of that time were preparing for the world Masiha, the new world Masiha, the world teacher. And now Charles had perceived this, psychic vision and was really amazed looking at the most wonderful aura, speckless, not a single particle of selfishness. And somehow he knew that he would be one of the, shining ones of this world. So he tried to find out about the boy and sent for his father. And they lived, just outside the boundaries of the Theosophical Society's headquarters. And Narayana came and they spoke to him. Charles convinced Narayana that his 13-year-old boy, his 13-year-old son, was the future Masiha, the future world teacher. And so he needs to be, moved away from the present home where he's living, because that was not worthy for a boy who was going to be the Buddha, maybe the Christ, the Savior. And so his body needs to be protected. Narayana agreed. Perhaps he too realized that his son was not ordinary like the other children, not as he has seen. Jiddu Narayana was at that time working with the Theosophical Society itself. The other members of the society, who were also, well versed with these esoteric studies of the past and the future, and who looked into minute details of the horoscopes, they also saw that this boy had many lives ago lived a life of selflessness, purity, and wisdom. And then Charles, revealed that perhaps this boy, he was the disciple of Lord Buddha himself. So this is how, he was brought to the Theosophical Society, and then he was groomed up. That time, Annie Besant was the president, an Irish woman, we all know. And this Theosophical Society was, it was founded by Colonel Olcott, and it was the Russian lady, Madame Blavatsky. She was an aristocratic, she came from an aristocratic family, but she claimed having seen great ones who lived in the Himalayas, in Nepal, in Tibet. And she herself was inclined to the mystical and the esoteric. So she had come down to India in 1879, traveled with Colonel Olcott, who was also a psychic. And they started this new thought, this new wave of thought, Theosophy. And many intellectuals were drawn to this organization, and one of them was, of course, Annie Besant. In one of her books, The Secret Doctrine, a book which was written by Madame Helena, she said multiple Masihas were appearing, successive appearance of the messengers of truth was happening since since years, since ages, in fact. And perhaps he's going to be the next one. This is what Annie Besant thought. So how is it? It's a long story. There's the hidden spiritual hierarchy she talks about. She talks about the masters of the ancient wisdom, and who are sometimes called as the elders, the Mahatmas, or the masters. So though people that time said, that perhaps there were few men whom she idolized. This is a controversial statement, whom she idolized, and she was calling them Mahatmas. So let's not talk about what Helena did and what she wrote. Anyway, so Charles brought this boy, Jiddu, to Annie Besant. And Annie was really impressed by Charles because of his psychic powers as it is. And when Charles explained that this boy is perhaps an incarnation of, a disciple of Lord Buddha, and through him, Lord Maitreya would manifest himself. Since she was so convinced by Charles and his psychic powers, she was impressed, she agreed to it. And this is how not just Krishna and Nitya, both were taken out from the government school, and Annie Besant became their mother. And since then, they used to call her Amma, and she used to love them with that passion of a mother. So Annie Besant had taken the custody of these two boys legally. As a result, it was a separation from the family and home, of course. And now both of them, since they were away from the family, they became closer still and more dependent on each other, and traveled together with Annie Besant and the Theosophical Society members. So Krishnamurti was then taken care of his education, and everything was being taken care of by the Theosophical Society in Adyar. Leadbeater and his associates, they were now educating him, protecting him, trying to prepare him as the vehicle of the expected world teacher. And Krishnamurti was later on by many called as Krishnaji. His younger brother was called Nitya. They were given tuitions. They were taught English. And, the biographer, Mary Lutyens, one of she was a friend of Krishnamurti and biographer too. So in 1911, they were brought to England. She says that there was a time when Krishnamurti believed that he would become the world teacher. And only if he gets a proper guidance, a secular guidance and a proper spiritual guidance and education. And a program was chalked out by Leadbeater and the other senior members of the Theosophical Society. And in this routine, exercises, sports, other subjects, theosophy and religious lessons, yoga, meditation, everything was being taught to these two boys. And along with this, how to, the British way of living, the British culture, this was also a training given to them. At the same time, Leadbeater, on the other hand, was giving him mystical instructions. This boy, when he was in the government school, that time also academically, he was, never good. He was always good with sports. Here also, he showed a natural kind of an aptitude towards sports, but in academics, he was, again, a big failure. Well, anyway, eventually he gave up his university education, but yes, he was very fluent and learned the foreign languages, and now he was speaking many languages very fluently. The Theosophical Society by then, apart from the teachings that they were giving, they were now also refining his public image. It was supposed to be a very well polished exterior. And now since he's going to be the world teacher, so a seriousness of purpose, a cosmopolitan outlook, and as if a blissful kind of a detachment, in his appearance. That is what they were trying to groom him with. As it is, Krishnamurti had a very magnetic personality. Not of a, that warm kind of a personality. But however, it was emotive in its seriousness. And yes, his a personality demanded respect and admiration. As he was growing up, Krishnamurti was showing, instability as any other teenager would do. A rebellious teenager he was. And how he did that, he was resisting the routine which was being imposed on him. And you see, this resistance led him to leave the organization later on in 1929. So this started now. He was, visibly, people could see, uncomfortable. And he didn't like the publicity which was surrounding him. He didn't like people telling that he is going to be the Masiha. And all this, suffocated him. Anyway, in 1911, when he was brought here to England, the Theosophical Society decided to establish the OSE, the Order of the Star in the East. And that was to prepare the world for the appearance of the world teacher. Krishnamurti was made the head of this Order of the Star in the East. And a few senior theosophists, they were made, given other positions. Membership was left open. Whoever accepted the doctrine of the coming of the world teacher. And Annie Besant would take these two boys along to lecture halls. She would encourage Krishna to open up and to address the crowd. But Krishnamurti was a very shy boy. And very awkwardly, he could manage to speak just a few sentences. This is the beginning. The first public speech that he ever made was through this platform, through the Order of Star of the East in London. Here, his first writings also, started appearing. With this, I remember the first book that I read, was, in case you get a chance to read that, The First and the Last Freedom. It's a wonderful book which was written by him. So that was the first book that I read. Anyway, his first writings also started to appear, and they were published in the booklets which were being published by the society itself, some magazines which were affiliated to the OSC, and he was also made the editor himself of the Herald of the Star, which was an official bulletin of the OSC. Now, what kind of interest he was showing when he was writing? Most of his writings included psychological revolution. This became his philosophy later on. He was writing on the nature of mind. He was writing on human relationships. He was writing about bringing revolutionary change in the society. And no caste, no nationality, no religion or philosophy, nothing at all. He didn't stick to anything. They were words. His thoughts were his own. And, he was speaking to large and small groups as well as individuals in discussions. As I told you, he wrote many books, and the first book that I read was The First and the Last Freedom. The other books, only Revolution, you can read Krishnamurti's notebook. So much is available on the net. And education, if I'm going to talk of education as service, education and the significance of life, the best and the easiest would be Commentaries on Living. So many of his talks, and yes, Shivoji is going to talk about David Bohm, this physicist. So it's another book that he has written, The Ending of Time. That was with science. So many of his talks and discussions have been published. He was writing at the same time his talks, his lectures that he was giving, they were being published. So it is now between 1911 when this OSC was established, and before the start of the 1914, the First World War, the two brothers were visiting several countries, but all the time accompanied by the Theosophists. And after this war, Krishnamurti started giving series of lectures, meetings, and discussing around the world, all related to his own duties as the head of this Order of Star of the East, and always accompanied by Nitya. At the same time, he continued writing. The content, again, as I told you, revolved around the work that he was performing. He was the preparation of the coming. And in his earlier days, he was a very hesitant kind of a speaker, a very repetitive kind of a speaker. But with time, confidence improved, and he gradually took command of most of the meetings. Earlier it was with the Theosophists, and you will see that later on he, left all of them. So anyway, Lutyens says, I think I told you this earlier also, because with this I remember that Lutyens said, that Krishnamurti said, had he not been discovered by this man, Leadbeater, he would have died. It means that he knew that he was born to do something for the world. He was born to give something to the world. Somewhere he knew this. Even Pupul Jayakar is a biographer. Pupul Jayakar, we all know, very close to Gandhi family. And in fact, she's written the biography of Indira Gandhi also. She said that this boy at the younger age had that element of devotion, obedience, and but he was like a vessel with a large hole. Whatever you put in, it went. Nothing remained. This is what she writes. But as the years progressed and as he grew, Krishna's language changed. He came out with deeper insights, a great understanding of violence, the roots of it in the mind, of human mind, the nature of the mind. He was talking about, as I said, radical revolution at the core of being of every individual. And this is one of his biggest philosophies, that any change can come if it is brought inwards first. And that is what should be taught to the students. So that is one thing. When we come to education, I'll be telling you this also. Now comes the turning point. It was in 1913. He wrote a very revolutionary kind of a letter to Charles. And he said, I think it's time that I should take my affairs in my hand. And I feel I can carry out the master's instructions better if they're not imposed on me and made unpleasant as they have been for some years. It was a direct hit. He said, I've been dragged like a baby. I've never been given an opportunity to feel my responsibility. And this letter definitely caused a lot of resentment amongst the elders of the OSC. It was a direct non-acceptance of the masters. And this is what once again, to Mary, his biographer, he said, I don't know what the philosophy of my life is going to be, but very soon I'm going to form one, and that is, I'll be able to help others. It was in 1913-14 when Nitya, his brother, fell ill. Now the two things are going together. Here Nitya falls ill, and there a large number of theosophists are gathering to see this new world teacher. He had become famous as the vehicle through which Lord Maitra would speak. Krishna, I said, hated all this. He hated the fanfare. He hated the rituals, the ceremonies, the promises. There was something in him, which made him rebel. And without any hesitation, he was expressing all these rebellious thoughts and ideas through the Herald, the official bulletin of the OSC. He talked of the open mind free of rituals. And he said only then there would be free flow and movement in life. It is essential, he said, that if we have to understand the truth, there are no two ways. This is one more book which I like. I just love to read it. If you ever get a chance, do it. Truth is a pathless land. So when he spoke, he spoke of intellectual detachment from all traditions, ideas, customs. Then Annie brought these two brothers to India, and here they were made to learn Sanskrit. Taken back to Sydney. And here again, in Sydney, Charles was holding a grand mass, Charles Webster. And he welcomed them, introduced these two boys to many people. Charles himself was officiating. But Krishna showed, a dumb face. He remained unmoved, stayed away, didn't look at everything as if he's looking at everything from outside, untouched by the show and the drama. And this again hit Charles. He didn't like it. By then, Nitya was now diagnosed with tuberculosis. His health was failing, and that was a big concern for Krishnamurti, because Krishnamurti definitely, as I said, he felt that he is my other self. They are one. And then they left for America. If we talk of love, he has, written on love also. It's not that Krishna was untouched by love. In 1921, Krishnamurti fell in love with Helen Nearing. She was a 17-year-old American, and from a family associated with the Theosophist. But the relation had to come to an end, and the reason was the realization that his work and the expected life mission that he had, it did not allow what would otherwise be considered as normal relationships. So by the mid-20s, 1920s, this relation drifted apart. This was in 21. After 1922, the life-changing experiences, they started, and it is called the process in capital. Krishnamurti and Nitya went to California. In California, they
Excuse me, Jyoti ma'am, it's going so wonderfully nicely. But I really did not feel like, but I just had to remind that it is 10:29, and I really want you to go on and on and on. Really, uh,
see, I
Shivo,
told because
Prachiti,
I
Shivo, if you
we
forget.
would
can
guide.
continue tomorrow. Prachiti,
Okay, okay.
we can continue
नहीं
tomorrow.
शिवोजी, I can go quite fast. मैं बस खाली awakening बताती हूँ, and then I'll go to the
Okay, so
because
let's
I had told Prachiti this one thing, that professors के साथ में ये गड़बड़ होती है, teachers forget, I forget time.
It was going so nicely. I mean, it was actually, I believe everybody in the audience would agree with
so
me.
now Jyoti, one option is you can complete the talk, and if you want, we can have it maybe tomorrow or any other day actually. If you feel it is incomplete, then we can move on tomorrow. But you can complete the talk right now itself.
I just talk about the awakening, and then let's talk about the education some other day.
Yeah, that is good. Yes.
Let us talk about his views
I will also speak on David Bohm on some other day.
Okay, it's too late. I didn't see the time actually. I'm really sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. We can continue.
Yeah, Shivo, so my question is, and then we will continue only on Akhanditiya, right? For the Lakshmi Narayan, or is that how we'll do it?
Is that the separate link?
No, we
It is
are
the
on
same
Akhanditiya
link.
link only.
Same link.
We are on Akhanditiya link.
Okay. So let's have a common invocation for everyone. Right? Yeah. So yes, Jyoti, please continue.
So, so this is the plan, right, Shivo? So this is the plan that we will. So after Jyoti, finish, we will with her go through the awakening together, get into that space, and then we will all together invoke Lakshmi Narayan, because it is Akshaya Tritiya today.
That would be wonderful, Mansi, because this is awakening, and then we have that synthesis, right?
Yes, that's what I felt. It was like just this the perfect segue, and just take up that space, and then we will invite Lakshmi Narayan in that. And
okay,
perfect.
Absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. Where was I? Yes.
And we have to do the education one more time, because I think people are just listening with rapt attention. We will do that again.
Yes, and ma'am will have to spend some 2-3 minutes with, I think they would want to say something or something that also has to be managed. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Let us start with the awakening, how it happened,
Yes.
and then I'll close it down, and we continue some other day, whatever you say, right?
Right.
So, yes. So they came to America, yes. And here, they were staying in the Ojai Valley. And in fact, I'll now go a bit faster. So Krishnamurti actually bought a house here. In fact, a cottage here. And there was a 17-year-old girl, Rosalind Williams. She came very close to both the boys. And she was nursing Nitya, in fact. ये बच्चे बीच में चैट बॉक्स में जो डालते जा रहे हैं ना, I don't want to see such a बाद में. Anyway, so this, Krishna, I said this, they were shifted to Ojai Valley, and here the climate was very good for Nitya's health actually. And this girl, 17-year-old young American Rosalind Williams, there's a story about her also, but just in short, 25 years of affair Krishnamurti had with Rosalind later on, though she got married to one of his close associates. So anyway, so this Krishna now, this year he could not go to that annual convention that they had, the Theosophical convention that they had every year. So this year it was supposed to be in Europe and he could not go. So something happened. And, in Europe, the elders of the Theosophical Society, they had started taking decisions which without Krishna's knowledge. And the elders declared that they were in touch with the masters and could bring messages from them, which ordinary people could not hear. And the masters from the astral realms. So there were some chosen apostles, and Krishnamurti was one of them. When Krishnamurti came to know of this, he was horrified. And he declared nothing about it. He said, I won't comply to this. Anyway, Annie Besant tried to persuade him to come along, but he refused. And he said, I'm going to stay in Ujjain. And the elders, actually hinted that his brother's illness was because of Krishna's stubbornness, his attitude. He was told that the masters were displeased, and but Krishna didn't budge. He would not deny the masters, but he would not accept anyone to interpret their words for them. He said, an individual must relate directly to the divine, and no one had the authority to show the way. Now here he is actually going to speak. I was going to tell you later on that here again he is trying to show that there is no need of a guru, because he says in the end, the last days of his life, I don't require followers and I don't want you to follow me. So this was something very natural for the orthodox, theosophists to be hurt and angry when he said like this. Krishna now was becoming well known among the intellectuals, the writers, philosophers, artists, and the scientists. And they were showing a lot of interest in this young man. And when Shivoji is going to talk about that scientist, David Bohm, he was a physicist, as I said. So they would sit with him, discuss with him, and the questions would range from the worldly affairs to the spiritual realms. What he said was something very different, very new, nothing from any text, and of course, never a second-hand knowledge. And now he had started giving public gatherings. For the first time, this was without the supervision of the Theosophical Society members. At Ujjain, he had bought this house. And it was in the month of August, September in 1922, that Kundalini awakening, as we say, a spiritual awakening, an intense life-changing experience that Krishna went through. It was a psychological transformation, a physical tuning. And this did not happen just once. It happened in two phases. First was a 3-day experience. And 2 weeks later, it was a long-lasting, kind of a process, because they called it, as a process. In the biography, it is written as the process. So this condition recurred at frequent intervals, but different intensity. And it kept on going till his death. What people saw, the witnesses, they said that once he was meditating intensely, losing himself naturally. And it was on 17th of August when this started. And Krishnamurti complained of sharp pain at the nape of his neck. And his whole body was on fire. He rolled, he screamed, he shouted, and he said, this bed is filthy. And he would not lie on it. But the people could not understand because the sheets were quite clean and washed. The next 2 days, the same symptoms continued, but they were worsened, and the pain and the sensitivity, was increasing. He was losing appetite. He was stumbling into unconsciousness. But later on, when he remembers and he recounts what he wrote in his notebook, he said that it's appeared as I was talking to the beings, be in capital, and no one could see. But people said that they could feel their presence. He would run out of the house, get irritated, and then come back. He got angry and he would ask the people to leave him with whatever was happening. This process continued, and the state, he himself says in Krishnamurti's notebook that he writes, it was an experience of mystical union. So these symptoms then, after 3 days, they climaxed into a very peaceful kind of state. And again, after 2 weeks, the same thing happened. And the process continued occasionally with a lot of pain. Sometimes he was a childlike state, and sometimes, fading out again into consciousness and explaining either his body was in pain or his mind was going off. And it was a blessing, vastness, sacredness. These are the words that he has used. And there was a feeling of, being out of the body. So all this he has described in his notebook. If you get a chance of it, read it. There was a heightening sensitivity. He could even, see the beauty in everything. The blade of a grass. It was astonishingly green, he says. The blade contained the whole spectrum of the colors, the whole spectrum. It was intense, dazzling, very small. And these occurrences, several explanations have been given. So Leadbeater and the Theosophists had expected something of this paranormal experiences to happen, but they were mystified by these developments. They didn't expect this. Whatever the case, Leadbeater could not give a satisfactory explanation to all this. So I think I should end here today, and we'll continue. Shivoji, with your permission.
Thank you very much for such a wonderful explanation and a detailed, narration of his journey.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, and there is so much to understand. I know there would be many questions on this, but today, really, I mean,
Short
we
of
cannot
time.
take this, short of time, and we cannot take these questions. But maybe some other day, Jyoti, we'll invite
Sure.
you again. Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Now over to Mansi.
Wow. That was so beautiful, Jyoti. Shivo often talks about the unknown, and that awakening was unknown. Lord, all the people had been preparing. What's his name again? The person who was preparing, Lord
Charles
Charles. Yeah, they were all preparing him, and they all thought it would go a certain expected way. And they were all thinking that it's going to be known. The journey is into the known, and then of course the unknown had to happen. And I think that was what the awakening was. That no one really, all these people who thought that they know exactly what was happening, and they were preparing him to be vehicle. They didn't know when it would happen. It would be totally unknown. And
yes.
that is what happened. So thank you. So today is Akshaya Tritiya. It's supposed to be one of the most auspicious days in the Hindu calendar, and we've been talking about this for several, for a couple of years. We've been talking about Akshaya Tritiya. Shiva, should I go to the significance, or should we just go into what came up today for me? What do you suggest?
You can go with both.
So is everyone familiar with the significance of Akshaya Tritiya? Like what anyone would like me to go into it, or can I hear from everyone where you all are at it? Yes, as in Lalit, should I go into it, or you all are already aware?
Mansi, you can explain even if they are aware.
So yeah, so on an astrological level, what is happening is the sun, we have a sun, of course, in the solar system, but that sun is reflected in us also. It is reflected in our chart. It reflects, what is our heroic potential, what have we come to shine, what is eliminated with us, but also the, some of the negative aspects like arrogance, ego, self-centeredness. But today, the sun is, it is, in the sky, it is considered, the astrological position is considered to be exalted. So even for us, it feels that this is the day where everything in the universe is matched up so that we can feel our own illumination. We can feel what is the heroic in us. We can feel what is light in us. The other, the greatest luminary in the sky from the perspective of Earth is Moon. And Moon represents a lot of things. It represents our mana, our longings, our past, our subconscious and all. But today it also is the nourishment. It is the nurturing, it is the mother, just like sun is like the father, this is the mother. And even that is exalted. That is also at its highest illumination. So today, when we tap into our mana, whatever is the highest is what is revealed. So today, sun, once upon a time, the being of sun and Vishnu were very close together. So Vishnu is like the sun, Lakshmi is like the moon. And this is the only day in the year where both are exalted. Both are in their highest position. The masculine and feminine, both are in the highest position. The heroic and the nurturing are in the highest position. So it is just the most auspicious day. And there are a lot of auspicious things, when the time is auspicious and you are right, a lot of auspiciousness happens and it multiplies. So this day is also called a multiplier day, because normally, when you think of karma, usually it feels like whatever you put in, you get out, right? But this is the type of day where everything is just overflowing, the cup runneth over, that the smallest thing, good thing, gets magnified. It multiplies. And we see this in a lot of things that have happened on this day. One of the things that happened on this day was Ma Ganga. She came on earth. So her heroic, her deva quality was to cleanse everything, to purify everything. So she came, her heroic came, and she not only cleansed the earth, but after that, a civilization grew on the banks of Ganga. So it was also nurturing. So it was heroic, but also nurturing, nourishing. It nourished an entire civilization. This is the day where, like Sudhama, this is the day where he goes to Krishna and he gives him the puffed rice, and it seems very tiny to us, what is a puffed rice, a little bit of puffed rice, but it is all Sudhama had. And when Sudhama gives all that he has to his friend, and this is something that his friend really, really enjoyed, then Krishna also gives what he has, and that is why he blesses Sudhama with this never-ending prosperity. Ma Annapurna is also supposed to have, come, born on this day, or have, taken form on this day. And one of the things about this multiplication, normally we think of multiplication like a greed, like, the more you have, the more you want. But Ma Annapurna is also born. So this is the kind of thing where things multiply, but at every level, you have that Purnata, you have the fulfillment. This is a day where Draupadi, the Vastraharan happens. And in that Vastraharan, she surrenders, whatever is highest in her was even though she had all these qualities, it was the surrender in her. And she surrenders that to Krishna. And that little piece of cloth, that multiplies, that keeps on multiplying, and that, everyone knows of that miracle. If you think about, so that is, if you think of Parshuram, I think he reclaimed land, and that land is, on that a civilization grew. So again, there the people multiplied, the resources there multiplied, the land itself multiplied because he reclaimed it. So there are many, Kubera actually worships Lakshmi during this day. So there are many auspicious things that have happened. If anyone knows anything else, feel free to comment. These are the things I can think of. And today when I was, I was going over, like, what does it really mean? Because I saw Durga saying that who wants to invoke, and I was just conversing with the divine that what do we really invoke? What does this mean for us? And in that moment, what came to me was that we can show divine what is, what is really heroic about us, what is really, what is our gift, what is the highest in us. If we can offer that, we can offer our sun. Okay. And if we can offer our moon is our our longings, our highest longings for ourselves, for the world, whatever is our highest longing, or whatever is the emotional situation of what we are seeing of our life. If we can offer that, I think that the universe is giving a gift. Like the universe is poised to give a gift, and that will come through you, and it will benefit a lot of people. I feel that is the significance of Akshaya Tritiya, where you offer yourself, you offer the sun part of you, you offer the moon, you offer your highest. And in that offering, a gift flows. You become the vessel, just like Jyoti was saying that, Krishnamurti became a vessel, and you become that vessel, and that unknown gift, which is totally unknown, that will flow through you. And it is for the good of all. It is something that will keep giving. It is something that can be eternal. And today I feel that is we should offer ourselves so that the gift channels through us. So yeah, any questions? Shivo, would you like to add, or would you like to comment on? Yes, Vaibhav, Parshuram, yes, he was the 7th incarnation, I believe, of Vishnu, or the sixth incarnation.
Yeah, I'm just remembering a very powerful quote by Eckhart Tolle.
Mhm.
Ask not what you want from life, but what life wants from you. So yeah. So today, let's
Shiva, that is,
offer. Yeah.
Kennedy's, that was also part of Kennedy's speech, which is very famous I think it is Kennedy or Churchill, where he says, ask not what the country, ask not what the country can do for you, ask what you can do for the country.
Yeah, and Tolle says
And
same.
this was this is a very, but it is
Yeah,
a cosmic variation, a much
yeah,
higher variation on that.
yes.
Yeah.
So that's what an avatar is. See, normally we think that we are very smart and we always want the best thing for ourselves. But that is not true, actually. What we are thinking is best for us is only from the domain of known. But the mysterious world is so vast. The possibilities are so vast, and we can never imagine, we can never think what is best for us. So, when we surrender what we feel is best for us, that's when life sends what life thinks is best for us. And when you come to know what life feels is best for you, it is simply so overwhelming. You would realize that how stupid it was to believe in what you were thinking what is best for you, because you did not know anything actually. So today, let us be ready to get the guidance, to get the insight on what life feels is best for us. because what the plan life has for us, that is what is effortless. That's what keeps growing on its own. Yes, Mansi, please continue.
Shivu, there is something J. Krishnamurti said, which is very relevant, I feel, to what is being discussed. He says that one is never afraid of the unknown.
Yeah.
One is afraid of the known coming to the end. So I think
Yeah.
today we can offer that fear of, like, what is known
Yes.
coming to the end.
Yes.
Yeah. Shiva, what is it about J. Krishnamurti that, I mean, like, I have never wanted to gaze so much at someone's face, but there is something about his face I just want to gaze. And it just feels enough for me, just gazing at his face. What is that about?
Yeah, again, what really gives beauty for anything or any person is its connection with space. Like, this is something we have been discussing again and again.
Mm-hmm.
You look at the tree, look at the flower.
Mm-hmm.
Flower may seem beautiful to you, but actually, the moment you have there is a space around the flower, and that flower exists in that space. Suddenly, the beauty of that flower will become multifold.
Mm.
So, the person who is connected with space, the whole magnetism of space is working on him, and that is a person who looks very beautiful.
Yeah, because I have not even felt like gazing at, you know, like a Hollywood or Bollywood star, but I can't stop gazing at him. And yeah, thank you for saying.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank
because the Bollywood stars may be very beautiful from your definition of what you know, but
you.
there is no connection with space.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah. So,
Actually,
Shivu,
he
shall
talked
we go
about
into it?
meditation. What you are saying,
Mhm.
it was meditation that he talked about. Just observing, quietening the mind. And that is gazing, finding a space, becoming free from everything. This is what you
Uh,
mean, I think. I don't know. I mean, this is what you meant,
yes,
perhaps.
Jyoti, yes, it is what I mean, but what I'm saying is, even without reading his words, his face is conveying that, right? Like, you know,
I got it. You meant to say something
yeah,
that earlier also.
yeah. I just like, and I don't know, Jyoti, you were not there when I came, when I spoke earlier, which I don't know if it connected to people, but I have seen him actually when I was a child. And
Wonderful.
it is one of the most unforgettable moments. Like, I still remember that scene of beauty. Like, it was just so beautiful, even then,
You
as
won't
the
believe it,
child.
Mansi, when I read his first book, and I felt that I knew him.
uh, you
It
might
appeared.
have, you never know. Maybe he will reveal that connection if you don't already know of your knowing. Then this is so amazing. Maybe you actually knew him in his
That is how I was
quite
thinking,
possible.
perhaps. Yes. Well, anyway, you continue with your this thing.
But you know what? As we lead into invocation, I was just reading, if you want to say that last quote of yours that you put out.
Acha, I just wrote down, in oneself, lies the whole world. We need not look out. This is what he meant to say. If you know how to look and learn, the door is there and the key is in your hand. Nobody on earth can give you either the key or the door to open except yourself. This is what Krishna said. Quiet the mind, because his mind is capable of, getting
Yes.
so many things. Just
So
quieten the mind.
Yeah, so let us go to invocation with that. The key is in your hand, and let us go to the door together. Yeah.
Yes.
So, Shivo, shall we start?
Yes, please.
Is there anything you want to, Shivo? I was just thinking of inviting Lakshmi Narayan and then whoever comes, and then we offer. Should we take offerings or not really? We just have people in psychic space. How do we do that?
Yeah,
Or
yeah. Maybe we can take few offerings.
so what are they offering? They are offering.
Offering is what is my plan for myself.
Yeah. So we offer our
Let us
plan for
surrender.
ourselves, but we
Yeah, let
are
us.
ready to let it go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let us surrender our plan.
Okay. So I know that a lot of people are new here. Would someone like to start the sharing, because that will help clarify really what we are taking up in today's invocation. Uh, would anyone like to share their plan?
Hi, Nancy Dirga here.
Yes, Durga.
So at this stage, I'm confused about my plans of life,
Okay.
and I think it's apt for me to just surrender absolutely completely because I don't know where I want to go. I'm absolutely confused in terms of what I'm doing right now and what my being faced in all aspects of my life. So I think I'm going to surrender all that, and for the divine to reveal and lead me to where my life needs to go.
Okay. Wonderful,
Uh,
Durga.
Also, Mansi, like all our Akhandiya sessions,
Mhm.
uh, especially in current times, we can also take up the healing. I
Yeah.
think the healing will also be very powerful today.
Yeah, I
So
think
if
so too.
anyone wants to take up anyone who is
Yeah.
suffering currently, uh, yes, please feel free to take them as in this session.
Yeah, so if you know
Welcome to.
anyone going through COVID or any kind of health disease and you want us to take it up collectively, please put their names on the chat or just tell us about them. Unmute yourself and share. And about the steps, we will have, I will talk about the steps, as we get closer to invocation. But if anyone wants to take the offering, thank you, Prachiti, for reminding. Anyone else like to offer a healing for someone, or they want to share their
Yeah,
offering?
Mansi. Yeah, Mansi.
Okay.
Namaste. So, yeah. So, I would like to, I mean, definitely before the healing, I think, Jyoti, you were amazing. And thanks to Shivo and Mansi, it was mesmerizing. So, the healing that I would like to take up is for my husband, Puneet, who was suffering from COVID, and we all were. And his mother passed away on the 11th. But we are pretty comfortable about the fact as we also follow the Gita. But the
Mhm.
offering here is healing for the mind and the soul and the physical body. So I think let's take up that for Punitji and myself also.
Okay, so I will just make a note. Yes. Uh, Anyone else? Puneet. And then we have
Hello.
Alka on ventilator.
Mansi Ranjana, yeah.
Yeah.
So that saying na that life is what happens to you while you're making other plans,
Yes, absolutely.
and they really never, they really don't seem to be working right now. None of the plans seem to be working in these present conditions. So yeah, I offer um, all the confusions that I have towards what's gonna happen next, and the blankness and dishaheen jise kehte hain. So
Yeah.
I would really like to offer that. Thank you. Hi, Mansi. So,
Hi.
so I want to offer the healing for the my, uh, husband of my cousin, Sumit ji. He's critical, so I want to offer the
Thank you,
healing.
Atin. Atin, can you put it on the chat also? Then I'll take up that name. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Pranam Shivo, Pranam Mansi.
Pranam.
I would request healing for one of my students' grandfather. I have put it in the chat. He's recovering from a hip surgery, but the recovery is very slow, and it's been 20 days, and he seems to have lost interest in life. No, from the criticalness. It's not COVID related, but this is his current, and his family is very worried for him. So I would like to request healing for him. And as far as the offering for Akshay Tritiya, every word you said, Ansi, while explaining, I could resonate with that. And today, in the morning when I woke up with the feeling of a shift. I couldn't put my finger to it then, but now I understand what it is. And I woke up with a great, with a feeling of a great shift from within. And Shivo would know what I'm speaking about, that going with the flow, and वो जो मैं पकड़ के रखती हूँ, वो I'm offering that to the divine. I'm completely ready to go with the flow. My path is clear to me, that these what my path is to be a vessel, be a channel for this transformation of the teenagers. However that comes, I'm willing to take it up. I'm giving up my zid bolo, ya my rigidity, whatever I don't know, I don't have a word for it right now, but let it come to me the way it wants. I'm just available. I'll accommodate, I'll do everything that's needed. And I want to offer gratitude to the QVF. I want to offer gratitude to Dadu, Shivo, Mansi, Ilama. It would not have been possible without all of you holding space for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mansi, can I?
Yes, Ramohan, please.
I offer the blankness in the stops which I get of all my plans and projects which are stuck midway. And now I offer one thing, that at least I complete my proposal of my PhD so that I can send it to the institute. And a lot of projects which are stuck in between, they're just on the paper and not moving it. Thanks.
Thank you, Rama.
Hi Mansi, I would like to take healing for me and my siblings. We three of us are patients of brain and spinal tumors. So So it's been 5 years we have been continuously going through medical cases and surgeries after surgeries. So that's why I would like to take healing for myself and my family.
Yeah, thank you. Meghna, are you attending a Quanto program for the first time?
Yes, it's been a first time.
Okay, so yeah, we will definitely take you up, and you probably came from Prachiti or Jyoti, so feel free to connect to us later also, okay, Meghna?
Sure. Thank you, Mansi.
Hello, hi Mansi, Deepa here.
Hi, Deepa.
Yeah, I am very much clear now on my path, and I just want to be a hollow vessel, and want to know what really existence is planning about me. So I just want to flow with the existence, and Alok has started flowing with the existence as Shivo suggested last session.
Yeah.
And he has really opened up to the existence, and existence has started flowing within him. It's a miracle, since last week, we are really feeling a miracle. And I also surrendered myself to the existence, whatever path existence will give it to us, we will just follow that.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you. And I see Shilpa Deshkar. You say you just recovered from COVID. And I'm so
Yes, today only it's 14th day and I'm recovered now, feeling very relaxed, but still weakness is there. Okay,
yeah,
it's okay. Okay, but one of my friend is still admitted in hospital. She is, I think, 1 month passed, but she is still in hospital. So I'm very much worried about her. So that's why I want to offer a healing for her. Just pray for her.
Absolutely.
That's all.
Shilpa, so can I request Rupali or Durga or someone to post a link for our Deva Magic group in case, anyone here wants to connect with us in future? Can I request someone to put our WhatsApp link?
Yeah, I'll put it now.
Thank you, Durga. Reading all the things offered here. Anyone else?
Hi, Mansi, Jagriti here.
Yeah, hi, Jagriti.
Yeah, so I would like to surrender myself. Like, may Lakshmi Narayan just guide me in my professional life. I don't have clarity on what to start with. And also, I'd like to surrender my sister and her personal and healing for her and my father. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, Mansi.
Hello.
Hi, Mansi.
Hi, Pradeep ji.
Hi. I wish to offer what I consider as the known.
Okay. Yeah. What you consider as the known. Very beautiful. Yeah, Nishi will take up Mr. Rabindranath Senapati also.
Pranam Mansi, Prachiti
Pranam,
here
Prachiti. Yeah.
on the Akhantiya platform again. And I really request Lakshmi Narayan ji to help me understand this subtler form of ego that Shivo says persists, in me. So once I think I clear that or at least understand it, maybe I'll be able to flow more naturally. That is not happening somehow now. So, and if there is any more understanding that I am probably not able to understand, let the universe tell me. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Rachana Shastri. So now we will start going into invocation space. I'm already beginning to feel that energy of relaxation. Um, we usually the way we go about is we scan our body from head to toe, and I'll lead you all through it. We invoke Quanto. Quanto is it's a vibrational temple of where we have which Shivo has downloaded. It's a temple that exists in psychic space, in which all our sadhana happens, in which different devas, masters, and all have come. And this quanto vibrational space is also connected to the overall space. So we say the words quanto, quanto, quanto 3 times to invoke that and to enter that space. That is the key to that door. And then, of course, that will lead you to more doors to what you really need and what the cosmos really wants you to know. So we will say that, and then I'll invoke Lakshmi Narayan, and whoever else comes, we will take up people who are healing. Before we do that, we will go into some pranayams, and pranayams are just belly breathing. Shiva, should we go into pranayams today, or what do you think, or just go with the flow that time?
Yeah, whatever you're feeling, but we can just go through at least belly breathing.
Yeah, so belly breathing is
Also,
just we breathe in. Yeah, Shiva, sorry, what were you saying?
yeah. Go as you feel.
Okay. So belly breathing, just breathing in, expanding the belly. I like to release, exhale through my mouth, but just breathe in, just expand your belly, breathe out, and just observe that rhythmic flow of belly breathing. Okay. After that, we usually do humming. Just keep your mouth closed. You can even keep the tip of your tongue at the roof of your mouth, like that, and close your mouth. And you breathe in, and you breathe out, and you hum. And then we do heart chakra breathing. Heart chakra breathing is when you breathe in. I wish I had some water. So when you breathe in and you raise your shoulders, and when you breathe out, you make the sound ha, and you bring your shoulders down. If you do this, you will feel that as if the breath is coming from your heart. And after you have done this a couple of rounds, you will feel your heart space expanded. Okay, so definitely do that. And then we will go into psychic imprints. What psychic imprints are? We will go into, like today, we will go into whatever we know about ourselves, what are our qualities. We'll go into what are our longings. If we want healing for someone, we will feel them. We will feel their, their energy, or remember incidents of, involving them. And we will feel it. What is most important is you feel whatever is going on, you feel it in your body. It may be, you may feel it in your head, in your shoulders, in your heart, and it might feel like something. So just observe that. Once you observe that, you will go deeper and deeper through the different bodies. Okay, and maybe we don't have time to get into all that, but you will just keep observing what you're feeling in your body. And then I will announce for us to go into Shavasana. When we announce Shavasana, I will close the meeting, but please either go off to sleep. In fact, just make sure wherever you're sitting, you have some space to directly go into Shavasana. Because when we are doing the invocation, we will be sitting, keeping our spine straight. The posture is really important because your body is a vessel. So we will keep our spine straight, we'll keep our eyes closed, and then we will ease into Shavasana. Don't open your eyes, just ease into Shavasana. If possible, go to sleep. If not, at least be in Shavasana for 10 minutes. Okay? So we have a lot of names here, and all these names we've already said. So we will be taking that up in our own meditation. So let's get started. Please keep your palms open on your knees, facing upwards to the sky. And even your feet go in Ardha Padmasana, like Ardha, so that both your soles are exposed. Both your soles of your feet get exposed. So now I invite you to close your eyes. With your breath, lengthen and straighten your spine. Shoulders go back and down. And we will scan our body. Feel the top of your head, your crown, which is a little above your head. As I take the names of your body parts, observe them. You may feel something, you may not feel something. It is all right. Just observe. So observe the space above your head. If you can feel that space, observe whether it is open or closed, whether it is concrete or it is hollow. If you can't feel it, observe that you're not feeling anything. And now observe your body and space. Observe what is around the periphery of the body. What is surrounding you? Start feeling your head, your forehead, the region of your third eye, your nose, your mouth, your lips, your whole face. And now go deeper into your head, feeling every little cell, nerve, coming down to your neck, your shoulders, your arms, your palms of your hand. So many nerve endings there. If there is a part of the body you can't feel, observe that. Feel your heart, your lungs, your stomach, feeling your intestines, your genitals. As I feel my body, I'm being reminded of the lungs again, so I invite you all to go deeper into your lungs. Feel how the breath is filling your lungs with prana, with the life source, and how they are expanding. These little sacs of air filling with air, but also the prana, and how we exhale, breathing out our whole expression, including toxins, into the space. Feeling our whole torso, we come to our genitals, feeling them. Observing our inner thighs, our knees, our legs, all the way to the soles of our feet. We feel our entire back, from the top of our head down the nape of our neck, coming down slowly to every vertebrae. As you pass, you may feel your chakras whirling, or you may not feel them. Just observe as you come all the way down to your buttocks, resting on Mother Earth. As we take the next breath, we feel our body in entirety, not as parts, but a whole body. We feel our whole physical body as one. And then we start to observe the other bodies, the energy body, the emotional body, the psychic body, the bliss body. They all exist, whether we can feel them or not at this instant. And right now we acknowledge all of them. And now we will invoke the quantum vibrational field with the full awareness that is possible of our body and the bodies, of our own personal vibrational field. We now invoke the quantum vibrational field. So join me. Quanto, quanto, quanto. Feel these vibrations reverberating. And these vibrations have their own structure. And now your own vibrational structure is immersed in it. Feel this in your body. We will draw our attention to our breath, inhaling and exhaling. Every inhale, expanding the belly, every exhale, deflating it. Just observe this natural rhythm, this dance of prana in and out of your body. The form created by the breath and the prana dancing between these forms in this structure. As you observe this dance, draw your attention to the beautiful pause, this gap between the in-breath and the out-breath. There is a little gap between the in-breath and the out-breath, a little turning of the in-breath before it becomes the out-breath. Observe that. Now that we have soaked in the beauty of that gap, let's go deeper into the sounds of the universe. It sounds very much like the humming. We are aligning ourselves to that sound of the cosmos. So let us go into humming, breathing in. One more time. And now let's just hear the cosmic sound. And now we connect our heart, the center of our being, to the center of the cosmos, to the heart of the cosmos that includes us all. Breathe in, raise your shoulders, breathe out, making the sound ha, 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 ha. Feel your heart, which is now beating with the same heartbeat as the cosmic heart. Now we invoke Lakshmi Narayan. Call them with your own voice. Call them with your own heart, with the keys that you have been handed. Lakshmi Narayan, Lakshmi Narayan, Lakshmi Narayana. We bow down to you. Please enter our lives, our beings, our communities, our plans. I also invite the sun and the moon, the exalted sun that illuminates all our heroic qualities, the moon that nourishes, that holds all our past lives, our longings, our deepest patterns. Our desires. I invoke both of them for all of us. I invite so many of the masters and divine beings who have realized the significance of this day. We bow down to you. I feel Kubera, Parshuram, even Narada is coming to me. Ma Annapurna, Ganga, Krishnamurti, Chittu Krishnamurti. I would first like to offer everyone we know that needs healing. So much divinity around, we really offer them. ऐसे दादी Pujor, Rajiv, Alka Sharma, Dirgha's mom who's going through vertigo and spondylitis. Jagrati's dad, her sister, Mr. Senapati, Meghna, Ranjana's brother-in-law Virendra, Shilpa Deshkar, Puneet, Dr. Kavita, Dr. Ravindranath Senapati, and to everyone who's offering the healing right now, requesting healing for all of them. If you're healing for your loved one or someone you know, please feel them in your own body, feel whatever problem they are going through. Keep observing whatever you're feeling in your body. And if you can feel it and you can surrender it, that healing will come through them, will reach them. And now we will offer ourselves, we will offer our heroic qualities, the gifts that we have been born with. If you know any of your gifts, become aware of that. Dive into it, say its name. What are you good at? Feel that in your body. Feel that in your aura. As you acknowledge your gifts, they may start shining. We request that the gifts we don't know about ourselves be revealed, so that we can follow the cosmic plan for us. We can utilize that for good. Now, if you have any longings in you, if you have any plans of what you want to do, perhaps what you would like to be seen as, what is the dimension you're already working on and where you think you need to be going ahead, offer those plans, offer those longings. By offering, just remember those, go into the incidences related to those longings. If you don't have a plan or you're confused, go into that confusion, feel that confusion in your body. Maybe you've tried a couple of things and it has not worked. Offer that frustration. Offer the lethargy. Lack of inspiration, of passion. Whatever it is, feel that in your body. This is your chance to have a heart-to-heart with them, to share everything with them, everything that's coming in your mind right now. Now that we have finished sharing, we now listen to the cosmos. We ask the cosmos, what are its plans for us? What does it want us to do? We are completely open, we are ready. And if any resistance comes, we will observe it. What does the universe want me to do? Be present. It may come as a vibration, as a word. Something might open up in the next 24 hours. There might be an inspiration. Stay open. This cosmic plan is really the greatest gift that you can receive. And we are all receiving it at this moment. You may feel the vibrations coming down on you, or you may see something. Even if you're not, just trust. It will get revealed to you. Keep observing your body. If you are feeling something in a particular part of the body, just observe it. Now we will go into Shavasana to surrender and merge with this vibrational field. So keeping your eyes closed, just lie down. Heavy cool weight on both sides of your body. Keep your palms open, hands and legs not together but a little bit apart. And just relax into this divine field. So much gratitude to you for all for coming. And so much love. Shubharatri, and wishing the most amazing Akshaya Tritiya night to all of you. Thank you.